Alrighty then. Think it's good. Yeah. Are good to go, folks. So, howdy, folks, and welcome on back to the Flying T-Bar Seat. So, it's time for us to be getting on into yet another. And that means it's Saga Sunday time where we're playing through the saga that is Trails in the Sky. We're technically Trails series, and we're currently doing Trails in the Sky. We're picking back up doing story stuff in the part that we're on. I have a feeling I'm just gonna save grinding uh for later on because there seems method uh on in the game, or at least ease of access, because we have infinite money trick, which means stuff, and yeah, so that's gonna be the plan there. Uh, but yeah, so we're gonna be playing some more Trails in the Sky this evening. I hope you guys are looking forward to it. Of course, though, before we get on into the stream, as always, you guys enjoy my streams, you enjoy my content. Hell, maybe you just enjoy dulcet tones. You can check out all the other socials with YouTube, TikTok, Twitter, Blue Sky, Ko-Fi, and Drone. YouTube and TikTok are where you guys can find archived VODs, highlights, shorts, etc. Twitter and Blue Sky are where you can find any stream. Ko-Fi and Throne are support outside the stream, but please make sure you're taking care of yourself before you try to. Um, that's really it. That's all I got. So, what do you guys say we just go ahead and we get on into the game here? So we are going to start for game opened up, and then I'll get the screen switch. I like that Falcom noise. I feel like that's pretty iconic. Kind of like the old school Game Boy noise. God, we are 60 something hours in this playthrough with pretty minimal fucking around, really. It's just okay. The last time we had gone up Carnelia Tower, tried to rescue the Professor Russell. Sadly, Tita screwed the plan up. Tita, which led to Agate apparently getting poisoned. Agate. Septian Church has been a repository of tradition for almost 1,000 years. Other victims should know something about this strange poison we're dealing with. Might be some value in going to the church and discussing them. Alright, let's figure out who all we need to talk to. That story goes there. So before we do that, at the factory, we have those people we need to talk to. So, yes, people around here. So we'll start at on fourth floor. Go down second. So yeah. Hello there. That other injured bracer is upstairs in the clinic. Heard that he's been poisoned. Something rare and very dangerous. We're on our way to talk to Father Vixen about a treatment now. See, shouldn't be standing around talking. Going. Very well. We'll buy up some septum that we need. Kind of try to have 4 of everything. Except that's stupid. Certain shit's just expensive. Okay, she's got that stuff. 10. Well, number one, howdy there, Lost. How are you doing? Apparently not very well, because I have a feeling the project car is even more of a project. Because 10 hours. 10 fucking hours. So, hey, how did the 10 hours go there, Lost? Go ahead and fill me in on the shenanigans. And number two, how did this car meet go last night? My friend had some personal stuff to handle, so guess who had to take the transmission out solo? Oh no. I know that's a... Oh god, that's terrible, dude. Because that is never a fun job. Need new tires. Well, I mean, I guess right now you got yourself a new pair of racing slicks at the very least. Oh, Lord. I spent 30 fucking minutes scrubbing oil and grease off my body. Yeah, that makes sense. Should have just had your wife hose you down in the yard. Still want the... Right, I also need to pull out my fucking notes. Let's see here. Where are my Trails in the Sky notes? That's the Sky 4 notes. Where's the Trails notes? So, let's see here. We're gonna have... So I need 11 black, 4 green, white on Joshua, whatever else. I decide to throw. So let's take a look at our green first. Can't use sleep. So let's not worry about that. Not yet, anyways. Dude, I wish, but she made pasta, so all is well. Anyway, the car meets during was fucking insane. Nice, nice. And kind of jealous. I mean, I had steak and mashed potatoes and stuff for dinner tonight, so can't be that jealous, but I haven't had pasta in a hot minute. Or at least my favorite kind of pasta, put it that way. Two white. I mean, that'll satisfy that. We're gonna have 9 black, so I need another couple, so we'll throw the cast on there. So now I just need green. Oh no, wait, it's got to go on this one to actually get all the stuff done. Okay, why is my thing messing up here? What am I missing? Eleven black, 4 green, white. We saw Bugattis, Lambos, and of course we saw Miatas, classic Corvettes. Ford Model T was there, nice. We saw Paganis, Koenigsegg's, Porsches, Benz, Hellcats, Demons, Trax trucks. It was fucking sweet. Nice. Sounds like it was a pretty badass night then. Alright, let's see here. E3. The death blow. Okay. Oh, it's gold, not green. Gold. Okay. Well, I feel real dumb now. Let's go ahead and start this over from scratch. Did some donuts, had some races, did burnouts, shot flames. Shit was like a music video, bro. Nice. Very nice. Sounds like a wild fucking party, my dude. Can't go wrong with a wild party. He cut. Let's see here. Move is not a bad one. Then try to toss on. I'm aware of presence. Right, well, we've got all of that, so actually now throw an attack 2 on there. Alright, there we go. I like this setup on Josh. Now for Estelle, I'm going to try to go for fire. 8 red. Let's try to do the red. Attack 3. Strike. We've saw some Teslas, no Cybertrucks luckily, but the Tesla drivers were chill. Complete opposite of the stuck-up, braggy Tesla drivers. Nice, nice. It's always nice to meet some that are down to earth a little bit more. Alright, so we got our 8 red so far. 4 brown, 2. That's why I had sent on. That gives us our green and gold requirement. And then let's see here. That. I've got 2 and 2. 2 gold, 2. Now let's do that. That gives me access to earth, fire, and water AoE. Last time we had a Cybertruck at a car meet, during he fucked up my car out of all of them. How the fuck did that happen? Okay, so if I do a green instead. That gives us fire, wind, earth shenanigans. So with Joshua, no, that's what I was doing. I was doing water and wind on her. Because it was the ones that used to get time there, and then I can try to go earth and fire on. Goddamn, autocorrect doesn't like me saying car meat. I mean, shit happens, I guess. Alright, so off of this one, go ahead and throw the scent one down. 3 green, 2 gold. Then go in this direction. Do our other winds. Speed gives us that. And go I theirs. Gives us all of the wind stuff. This one will boom. So I've got all of the blue, but I need more. 8 blue, 2 green, 2 gold. Need a white. Or white. Let's double check something. This button? Alright, there we go. So we kicked him out because one, Cybertrucks fucking sucked. Two, he was being an asshole over all after we politely asked him to leave because Cybertrucks just don't look good and ruined the aesthetic. He flipped out, grabbed a 2-liter of soda, climbed on my car, which cracked my windshield, and then dumped it onto my car while I was halfway across the fucking park. Oh, Jesus Christ. That definitely deserves a whole can of ass whipping. So then we'll go all time here. So yeah, that setup is fine. Need a setup. We're gonna go for fire and earth. Green, gold, brown, and gold. And I don't think that's gonna really work. Shit. So we'll go fire and wind on that. I will. Let's look at it here. Sure, why not? Not only did he crack my windshield, but my windows were open. It splashed all over my custom stitched leather seats and my electronic components, fucking those up into. Oh, god damn it. Oh, that would piss me off so much. Like, absolutely infuriate me, piss me off. Sorry to keep you waiting. Another work order from Leiston Fortress. I'd like to leave today. Nothing happens. Yeah, now someone would have got their ass beat if I was in your position. Ugh. Hi, Professor. Still, Joshua. What a terrible, terrible mess. Quite frightful, Billy. Did you find out anything useful? Yes, sort of. Sorry, Professor. We're kind of in a hurry right now. Oh, I see. Still working at this hour. You braces are quite busy. Especially today. Indeed. Goodbye, Professor. Thank you again for your help last time. I'm glad I could help. Good luck with your work. You decided to ruin a Porsche 911 GT3 RS, aka car my friends from the Netherlands bought and shipped to me on my birthday 4 or 5 years ago. Oh no. Please tell me insurance handled a good portion of trying to get this thing fixed. Okay. Who the Bracer Guild? Ah, you're back. Zen, I didn't know you were still here. Thanks for carrying Agate earlier. In your debt. Think nothing of it. Always glad to help a friend. Oh, how's Agate's condition? Well, Joshua relayed what they knew about Agate's current condition and about Father Vixen. In greater danger than I imagined. Additional church medicine, then, is our only option, I suppose. Yeah, so we should try the chapel. The longer we wait, the longer Agate suffers. Alright, to the Zeptium Church then. Please hurry. Alright. Now we gotta go to the church. I believe we should turn to the goddess Idios for guidance after today's events. In word as well. I pray Idios protects and cares for you and washes away your work. Well, hello everyone. What brings you here this late at night? Tita! Brings you here at this time of night? Oh, Father! Please help us save Agate. What do you mean? Tita, calm down a second. Father, you see, Joshua explained Agate's poisoning and the details of the poison itself. I see. This is troubling. Is there anything you can do? Thankfully, we do have a treatment here at the church for the virulent nerve toxin. It doesn't nullify the poison, but it does boost the patient's immune system so he can better fight off the effects on his own. Sakura, you're familiar with the medicine I refer to. I am, but the ingredients. You're out of ingredients? What do you need and where can we get it? The Moria moss is what we've called it. Species of bioluminescent algae. They did, plus the dude got sued because he also hit a $4.3 million Lamborghini. But worst of all, my Porsche was wrapped 4 days before. Oh no. Dude, that guy's gonna be in debt for the rest of his life. Or he's rich enough that he just paid all the shit in one go. Which, if he did pay for it all in one go, that's just infuriating. Should grow deep in the limestone cave inside Chaldea Tunnel. We've sent braces to collect it in the past. Chaldea Tunnel? We went through there when we came here to Zeiss. It should be a snap. Let's go find some of this Zemoria moss. It's you two. Yes, Father. My two friends here are bracers. I see. That makes things much easier. Anyway, go back to the guild and talk to the staff before going to the limestone cave. There might be some record from earlier collection trips. Got it. Let's go. Well, that's a good word. Talk to Calica if you need anything. She's reliable as they get. What did Father Vixen say? Said Joshua relayed the information about the Zemoria moss. Moss, is it? Need Zemoria moss. One moment while I check the information the church supplied. Here we are. It can evidently be found in the northwest area of the Chaldea Limestone Cave, the shore of an underground lake. Northwest Limestone Cave, underground lake. Got it. Might as well put it in the notebook. I've heard it said that monsters in that place are quite strong. Last time the guild dispatched bracers to gather moss, a team of 4 veterans was sent. But 4 veterans? Having the moss isn't going to be an easy task, then. In that case. As such, I suggest you take this gentleman with you. Hey, can I please finish what I was going to say? Oh, do you not wish to accompany them? No, I didn't say that. Oh, never mind. Just as frustrating to deal with as ever. You flatter me. Well, it wasn't intended as flattery. Are you going to come with us then? Yes, that seems to be the path destiny indicates. Setting off for Grancel tomorrow, but I can certainly accompany you until then. That's plenty of time. Thank you. We appreciate it. Excuse me. I don't suppose I could come. Huh? I know that sometimes I slow you down, but Agate's hurt because he protected me. I feel like I've got to do something to help. Ugh. Hey, Joshua, what do you say? You take her with us, please? If I have a choice? Hey, Tita. Promise to let us take the lead and not to do anything rash. I promise. Not for me. Mine's in. Fine by me. Good to have you with us, little one. Thank you, sir. Well, if that's all settled, then let's get to that limestone cave. First, we have to take Chaldea Tunnel from the central basement. There we go. Swap that over to that. Swap that over. Oh, nope. I don't have enough HP ones. Range. Give him movement. Alright, let's do this. Keep in touch with the Lambo owner. Apparently, the dude was left speechless after he heard how much he had to pay. He'd had to pay nearly 100K because he actually drove up onto the hood with the Lambo, which dented and crushed the trunk, cracked the windshield. Dude got a 2-for-1 special. Uh, Bent the wheel and shattered the front axle. Axle alone cost 15K to over 40,000. Jesus, Jose. That's insane. Like, I don't understand why he thought he was gonna get away with, like, what, nothing happening? He's genuinely lucky I wasn't in the courtroom with them, because I would have been relentless. Uh, he deserved relentless. That's for sure. Oh, you know what? I just realized I should do. I should go stock up on healing items because I have not restocked healing items. Item shop. General. Yeah, that'll work. Got that. Alright, we're good to go. Now I feel like we have proper preparations. And Tita does have some heals, so yeah. Good, good, good. You trashed a Porsche and a Lamborghini Sesto Elemento. Are specifically designed track use from the factory. Christ. I genuinely want to know what was like going through this guy's head when he thought he could do all this and then just, what, get away scot-free? Alright, into the limestone cave we go. So, this is the Caldea Limestone Cave. Mysterious, don't you think? Monsters I sense inside are ridiculously strong. They ain't gonna go down without some serious punishment. Eep! Sweetie, if you're scared, maybe you should just go home. You don't have to prove anything. I'm okay. It's scary, but I'll be alright. Besides, we have to get to Zamoria Moss, right? Right. So, shall we head out? So, it goes at the edge of some underground lake? Apparently so, yes. And that lake is supposed to be in the northwest part of this cave. We should be extra careful as we make our way through. Our bearings, after all. From what I was told, he said word for word, you guys suck. My truck is better than any of your shitty cars. Fuck all of y'all. Kick me out just because I have a Cybertruck. What type of bullshit are you on, entitled ass pricks? They proceed to climb on my car and dump soot on it. Christ almighty. Fire in the hole! Nice.
Savor the victory. We earned it.
Dude's got a sake bottle. Peak character design.
They messed with the wrong guy.
Hero penguin. Okay. Odd, but whatever. Oh, yeah. Can't go wrong with some Copenhagen. Need to learn Vital Cannon. Ooh. But who is this? Regulators, mount up. We got ourselves a raid coming in. Let me give you a shout out there, T-Swizzling Gang. So, we'll speed run the introduction, which is howdy, folks. I'm the Flying T-Bar C Western, variety Western streamer. I play all sorts of different games. Currently, we're doing Saga Sunday, where we're playing through the Trail series. We are pretty deep into chapter 3 of the first game, and doing pretty freaking solid here. Those of you who are watching me, go check out the blind playthrough master that is T Swizzle over here. He plays all sorts of different games. Looks like he was currently playing some Xenoblade Chronicles Definitive Edition. Number one, Taylor, how the hell are you doing? Number two, how was Xenoblade tonight? Number three, oh, you remember this place. Is it gonna be miserable? Actually, no, wait. I know why you know this place. It's because of the penguins, huh? Who knows? Trails is going good though. I'm not even through the first game and I've already fallen in love with this series. Um, my only gripe is that I know I'm gonna be super sad to leave this art style behind. How dare you throw sardines at me? Salvatore's would destroy you strictly for wasting sardines like that. So, what was Xenoblade like tonight, though, Taylor? How was the how was stream? How was things going? Oh, the game was good. Never mind, I see it right there. Um, did you make lots of story progress? Are you grinding stuff out, doing side missions? Like, what's keeping you busy in Xenoblade right now? They're going good. Was just exploring the levels. Been really enjoying the different locations. Also got some story progress done, which is good. Yes, story progress is always good. Can't go wrong with story progress. Go, go, Penguin Rangers! Mighty Morphin Penguin Rangers! They don't have any weaknesses. I may as well just go for big AoE so I can hit everything. Alright, let it rip. Ow. But we have another raid coming in. Holy shit. Regulators mount up. We got ourselves another raid coming on in. Let me get you a shout out there, Kato. Let's see here. The Katazins from the Kato Kingdom are here to spread the love in Meow Meow. Discarded child, how are you doing this evening? Let me get that shout out in here. And so we'll go ahead and we'll do that. And then if I remember correctly, you were doing the appreciation one tonight. So let's hit that other one. Okay, so introduction time, you guys. So for those of you who don't know me from Kato's streams, I am the Flying T-Bar C. I'm a Western PNG tuber who plays all sorts of different games. Currently, we're on my Saga Sunday segment, which is where I started playing through the Trails series. So we're pretty deep into Chapter 3 of Trails in the Sky. For those of you guys who are watching me, you should totally go check out Kato and Dai. Kato is a wonderful VTuber who plays all sorts of different games, from simulators to just crackpot stuff. She also does some voice acting collab stuff. She is a blast, an absolute chaotic mess, and is a fun time to hang out with. And also go check out Dai. Dai plays all sorts of stuff. She's known to do some Kingdom Hearts, some apparently some ASMR, and also various collab games, playing online stuff like Backrooms and other things like that. So go check all of them out. Of course, for everybody who just raided in, if you guys need to raid and run, feel free to do so, both from Swizzle and Kato. But if you guys want to hang out with me while we do some Trails in the Sky and take out a bunch of penguins, you are more than welcome to come and hang out with me. Yes, we were. So, how's Trails in the Sky going? It's going great. I am absolutely loving this. I got allergic to eat and go bathroom. Alrighty, Kato. Well, thank you so much for the lurk, and I hope to see you back in here after you get done doing that stuff. Because I want to hear how stream went. Let's see how. Yeah, let's go with that one. These damn penguins are actually kind of whipping my ass a little bit. Like, I didn't want to have to do this, but I think I'm going to have to do this. There we go.
Alright, we're good to go.
Stupid penguin monstrosities. And an EP3. EP3 is good. A whole nother group of them? You've got to be shitting me. You've got to heal Estelle. That's good. Good, good, good. Two penguins down. Three penguins down. Ah, screw you this time, penguins.
Scary.
Oh shit, whoops. I didn't mean to click that button. Alright, smaller group. Smaller group, I can deal with that. Oh. Oh, thank you for leaving Joshua alone. I appreciate that.
They messed with the wrong guy.
Actually, yes. Oh, not that one. One. Nope. Nope, not that one either. There we go.
Piece of cake. Piece of cake.
That's everything from this side.
They messed with the wrong guy.
That's that then. Let's move out.
Okay. No. There's gonna be a path over here to the right. And no big deal. Well, shit.
That's that then. Let's move out.
Okay, so now for the big spell setup again. Put it right there. Shit. Oh, excuse me, guys. Go, Tina, go! Really? Come on now.
Savor the victory. We own it.
Ooh, what's this? It's a new gun. Oh, Tita. Here we go. Easy peasy. Come on.
Piece of cake.
No, that's just scenery. I think we missed a chest. Hold on one sec. Ah, there we go.
Piece of cake.
Yeah, that's fine.
They messed with the wrong guy.
This is not a bad place to farm Sepith out.
Piece of cake.
We're getting quite a bit going here. Damn it. him out. Damn it, T.
Yeah.
Piece of cake.
Getting a decent amount of tender poultry. Uh-oh. There we go. That should be enough to wipe out most of them.
Yeah.
Perfect.
They messed with the wrong guy. Yeah.
Fire in the
Yeah. Savor the victory. We earned it.
Let's see here. Let's see here.
Savor the victory. We earned it.
Wow, it's so pretty. Huh, now that's a nice view. Uh-huh, in a cave no less. We found the cave lake. Mariam moss should grow somewhere around here. Okay, let's get cracking. There's probably a boss fight coming up. You know what? Hang on. Oh, she learned a basic attack. Yeah, vital cannon, okay. So it wasn't an S craft, it was just a regular craft. Hey, look at that! Maybe that glowing stuff is the Mariam moss. Wasn't expecting the moss to be so pretty either. Why does it glow? Probably because it has a lot of components that make up Septium. Come on, let's gather it up so we can return to Zeiss. Looks like we're all set. Well, let's head back to town and deliver it to the priest. Okay. Hold up. Huh? Ugh. On your guard. Is that a penguin? An evil penguin? Whoa! I guess that's the ruler of the cave. Don't think we're getting out of here without a fight. Yeah, we're just gonna go ham right off the bat.
You're finished.
Prepare to meet your doom! Come on, everyone!
Yeah, go Tita! Ow! Let's see here. Oh, come on, Tita. Wasn't enough. This will be enough. Nice.
Piece of cake.
I like it. Now I've seen everything. Stupid evil penguin. It, it was kind of cute, but still scary. Whew. Guess we drove it off. Don't waste any more time though. Go before it decides to come back. Yes, that would probably be best. Boss is supposed to go to the church in town, right? Yeah, let's hurry.
Piece of cake.
See if I can remember my way out of here. Oop, not the right way. There we go. And boom.
Savor the victory. We earned it.
Perfect.
They messed with the wrong guy.
These battles are going pretty quick, so we're gonna take advantage of it and get some sepith.
Yeah.
We did it!
Yeah.
All right, we're good to go.
Alright, let's get the hell out of here. Not gonna bother fighting any of these things. So if we backtrack this way, there should be that rest stop. This is the wrong way when you get back to that. Oh, damn it. Alright, well, never mind. We should be fine now. Just because I've got a sneaking suspicion that several bunch of these guys are not going to be in the party for. Alright. Looks like you found yourself some Sumerian moss. Hurry, get to the church. Father, we got the Zamoria moss. Have it. I'm impressed you were able to get it so quickly. You use this to make that medicine? Yes, yes, of course. I need to mix it in the back. Come with me if you. Blue and gold consecrated by Septium. Source of all things abides here. O great goddess, we call on your will to shape and purify the power distilled within. It is ready. Here, take this. Arv Sovereign Serum. What a pretty color. Do you drink this? Yes. Mind you, this will not destroy the potion. It will only boost the patient's immune system so that it may deal with the toxic agent. How very Eastery. Yes, it does share some origin with the more esoteric cures of the... Go, take it for your friend. Thanks. Thank you very much, Father. We're back, Doctor. How'd it go? The priest gave us the medicine. Really? I knew he wouldn't let us down. I see. This will stimulate his natural immune response. It's worth a shot. Now to get him to drink it. Dr. Miriam used an oral syringe to administer the medicine to Agate. Adios, please. Ugh. Oh. Oh. Whoa, why is he screaming like that? Okay, he's going to be fine. What? The medicine is beginning to take effect. Hurts, and it's rough on his system, but he'll recover. Exactly. This should take him out of any immediate danger from the neurotoxin. Okay. But he's in so much pain. Yes, he will be for the better part of a day. But he'll be alright. Going to pull through and make a full recovery. So, Agate's life was saved. Late into the night, Estelle and the others slept in shifts to watch over him. That's strange. Where's that spare towel? Aha! Ugh. 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 Agate? He's sweating like crazy. I need to try him. Ugh. Agate, are you awake? I'll bring you some water. Sure. Huh? Thanks. There's... right here. Don't be scared. Just... Agate? Nita put a hand on Agate's forehead, confirming his fever. Wiped his brow and laid a cool towel upon him. Gradually, the pain left his face, and his breathing grew less ragged. Soon, all was quiet and calm, and he drifted off into a peaceful slumber. Ooh. Thank goodness. But who's Misha? I'm truly sorry for having to bid you farewell. Hey, it's okay. We really appreciate all your help. You're taking this ship directly to Grancel? Yes. There's much I must do. If I weren't expected there, I would gladly remain and do my part to help resolve this kidnapping incident. Forgive me, little one. Don't be silly. You've done a lot for us. Thank you so much. I appreciate you saying so. The express flight to Grancel aboard the Cecilia will be departing shortly. All passengers, please go to the departure gate. Oops, time to make my exit. Take care. Hopefully we'll meet again, fate willing. You betcha. Oh, how long are you going to be in Liberl? I couldn't say for certain. Probably until the Queen's birthday celebration. maybe we'll see you there. Till then, take care. Same to you. Now then, the guild first. They've learned something about that airship from before. Yeah, they might have some intel from the Royal Armed Forces. What are you going to do, Tita? I think I'm going to look after Agate. He hasn't woken up yet. I don't think he should be left alone. Tita. That's fine. Let us take care of finding the professor. Sorry. All I ever do is cause trouble for you. Did you listen to this kid? Where's that old spirit? Buck up, sweetie. We'll sort this out. It's a great idea for you to stay with him until he wakes up. I trust you to take care of him. Okay. That's one brave kid. She's so sweet. I'm kind of surprised she'd care so much about a guy with absolutely no manners, though. Well, come to think of it, you were pretty similar to each other. Huh? I have nothing in common with that jerk. How about your tendency to go off half-cocked? Or how soft-hearted you are? Talks like a big jerk, but he's always trying to protect others. I think Tita sees that. Well, I can't really argue with that. Fine, let's just see what's up at the guild. Till Agate's up and about again, we've got plenty we can investigate. Sounds fine. You know what? We gotta go back and do a bit of talking. Good morning. Anything yet? Not yet. We're off to see the guild to see what kind of information we can gather now. Rita's not with you. She went to the clinic to check up on Agate. He's very worried about him. See. Please bring back Professor Russell safely, for Cheetah's sake. You will, I promise. Do our absolute best. Now if you'll excuse us. We're waiting for news. Thank you for yesterday. With your help, you saved him. He hasn't woken up yet, but he's definitely past the worst. He's no longer unconscious, just in a deep sleep. Won't be long before he wakes up, I'm sure. Estelle! How's Agate doing? He's asleep. I think he'll be alright. How are you guys doing? We're investigating. Just leave it to us while you keep an eye on Agate. Okay. Careful, Estelle. Actually, going back up there, we're gonna stock up on those tomatoes. Cooking book. Tomato sandwich. So I need 5, 10, 15, 5, 5, 25, 50, 75, 100. So, yeah, 43. I only have 43 of the poultry. I mean, we might pick up more poultry, but we have no guarantees on that. So we'll get enough to because this will help with later farming. Farming to then farm more. Alright, we're at 22. Five. Seven. 8. 9. 30. 1. 'There we go. That'll come in handy. Okay, only people to talk to are church guy, a couple NPCs in the guild before we talk to Kim. Hello, the medicine workout. Yes, for the most part. According to Dr. Miriam at the Central Factory, Agate has passed the worst of it. See, that is a relief. Yeah, he ought to be fine. This is Agate we're talking about after all. Indeed. He's tough enough to give even Zin a run for his money. But, Father, we're real sorry for bothering you so late. Making you stay up like that putting the serum together. My dear, anyone who saw little Tita's face would have done exactly the same thing. Seeing that shy little girl with such a wild look about her would spur anyone into action. Praying for Agate's full and speedy recovery. Thank you. We deeply appreciate it. You're welcome here whenever you wish to visit. Good morning, Kilika. Good morning. And to you both. Has Zin already left? Yes, he took an airliner to Grancel some time ago. I wish you could have come to see him off. Speaking of which, do you two know each other somehow? A bit, quite some time ago. That's beside the point. You noticed the strange current in the air. Winds are shifting. Hey, no changing the subject. Wait, we are talking about the weather, aren't we? Learned something about that airship. Not a thing. But I believe this disquieting atmosphere is related to the Royal Army mobilizing. For one thing, I've sent a message to the Army headquarters at Leiston Fortress, but there's been no response. Secondly, all the mandatory inspections throughout the kingdom have been lifted. What? What's that all about? This isn't about another turf war like the Sky Bandits, is it? No. It'd be strange for them to call off inspections if that were the case. They had caught the culprits themselves. Surely they would have sent word. Maybe there is something in it. Incidentally, I've not been able to contact the intelligence division at Leiston Fortress either. It's possible that the Royal Army has some sort of internal issue going on. Some sort of... Oh, wait. The stuff that Dorothy shot! Picture of those guys in the black uniform... in black wearing the Royal Guard uniforms. Someone mentioned my name? Dorothy! Speak of the devil, and yeah, verily. Wow, what an ordeal. Finally got in touch with my editor's office, and Niall happened to be there. I told him about giving up the photo course to the army. He just about blew his stack. So unfair. Which means they haven't given it back yet. Right, I mean, how rude is that? After I'd gone to all the trouble of going to Leiston Fortress to get it back, too. Wow, you've got some fire in you. I guess that's my one... I guess I have to have one redeeming trait, right? Anyway, didn't have any other option but to just take a picture of the fort for the paper. It does make for a great shot, though. Lights up all pretty at night. Took a pretty picture of the fort. Mention you're supposed to obtain permission to photograph any part of a military installation. Come on, it's not like it's that big of a deal. Here, take a look. I just developed it. Dorothy placed the photo on the counter. Hey, this is a pretty nice shot. This is Leiston Fortress. Wow, Dorothy, you've really got a good eye for this. Wait a sec. What's wrong, Estelle? It might just be my imagination, but do you see anything there on the top right? What? You're right. It's not very clear, but there's definitely a small shadow there. Hang on. You've got a sharp eye, Estelle. I mean, I took the picture and I didn't notice that at all. Well, what can I say? Well, it's just a silhouette. Maybe it's an army ship? No, that's no guard ship. This is that small airship from before. Before? It's the same silhouette as the ship the professor was taken away in. Right. Wait, what? Hold on just 1 second. Why would that ship be anywhere near here? This is a Royal Army installation, isn't it? Calm down, Estelle. There are plenty of possibilities to consider before we go jumping to conclusions. Maybe we should go straight to Leiston Fortress and ask what this is about. What? I see. You intend to put it to them directly. Provoke a response, perhaps? Think it would be a bad idea? Not at all. You have my authorization. This has the potential to be a huge disaster. Whatever might be going on there, this matter must be handled delicately. You're starting to scare me, Kilika. But you're probably right. We have to handle this very carefully. Hey, Dorothy, we have a copy of this picture. Sure. After all, you guys have done a lot for me. Thanks, I owe you one. If you intend to go to Leiston Fortress, you'll need to leave via the east entrance and take the Ritter Roadway. Reach the three-way fork in the road, stay on the northern fork, and you'll eventually wind up right in front of the fort's main gate. Please use the utmost caution. Roger that. Acknowledged. You guys are those junior bracers, right? I'm Gundalf, Zeiss Branch. Got the news and came for my other assignment at the capital as soon as I could. Got a rundown from Kilika. Is Agate alright? Seems past the worst of it. Wait a second, are you one of Agate's friends? Yeah, we've run into each other a few times out in the field. Kinda made a name for himself by doing stuff that's patently insane. But what doesn't kill him only makes him stronger, right? You guys and Agate are okay to handle the rest of this assignment, right? Should be able to help out a little with some of the minor details if you want. Thanks, Gundalf. That'd be great of you. You again, Gundalf. No problem. Counting on you too. Okay, same thing. Estelle, let me know if you find out anything, okay? This has Scoop written all over it. Alright, got ourselves a big monster. Oh, item shop. We're on City Mayor. Shock over incident at Zeiss Central Factory. Daylight attack terrorist for the Royal Guard. This occurs in broad daylight according to the Arms Division. Terrorist attack occurred at Zeiss Central Factory. Concrete details remain scarce, but the smoke canister deployed by the criminals caused a temporary state of panic. After the incident, soldiers dressed in blue exit the building. The Royal Army has expanded checks and is currently tracking for social movements. Relating to the blue uniforms reported at the scene, several witnesses indicated they were the uniforms worn by the Royal Guard. Has avoided making any statements regarding the matter, but if information proves true, implications could affect the entire Royal Army. Carefully follow how the situation develops. Evening 2 days prior to the incident, Zeiss, which caused ordnance to blackout. The Royal Army is investigating whether or not there's any connection to the terrorist attack. Perpetuator's objective in this latest terrorist incident is still unclear at this time. has therefore compiled some theories being bandied about in connection to the incident. Theory 1. Imperial conspiracy. The Imperial forces behind the incident in order to get their hands on Central Factory's technology. Theory suggests a mercenary force like Jaeger Corp was to carry out stuff. Insurgency within the Royal Army. Insurgency carried out by the Army. In order to send a shockwave across the kingdom, the same group sought to occupy the Central. However, without any prior incident from the military, this theory does not seem possible. Theory number 3. Attacked by an ancient dragon. Rather odd theory by a group of researchers that reports that the ancient dragon living within the mountainous regions attacked the Central Factory. This theory may be best addressed by returning to it in a few weeks to see if any sort of verifiable evidence has been touring ancient sites. Hanslow using an Anberg Wall. Anberg Wall, last line of defense in the War, which protected the royal city from the invading Imperial Army. This wall, likened to a protective shell encompassing the Hanslow, one of the ancient ruins scattered across the kingdom. One were to climb atop the ramparts from both Grun and Sanctum gates, one might just be able to feel the wisdom of the ancient structure. Place to get away from it all. This time I'll be introducing a hotel rather than an inn. The hotel of which I speak, the Rowenbaum, boasts the highest pedigree in the entire Liberl kingdom. The hotel stands next door to Grandsell Castle, a location other establishments can only dream of. Only a few minutes walk from Grandsell's block. One. Yada yada yada. Okay, no big deal there. Alright. And we are off. You know what? I need to redo ordnance now. I need a healer. I'm gonna actually throw cast on. EP3. Okay. And Eagle Eye, because Eagle Eye's just, well, actually, I think I'd rather have the hit. Gosh. Okay, so we have time and healing there. Gold and green, so scent. Act 3. Strike. Then we'll do a couple big wind ones to get our wind. That gives us all of our wind, actually. There we go. I think I like that for right now. Well, hi there, big fella. Exterminate. Ow.
You're finished.
There we go. Weak to wind and water. Need to throw a bigger wind on her, I think. Oh, never mind.
That's that then. Let's move out.
Yeah, no. No instant death for you.
Piece of cake.
Okay. Oh, damn it. I didn't mean to do... Shit. I was hoping to get the Sepith bonus, but oh well. Joshua needs to survive. Oh, shit.
Sorry.
Wow, check out the size of this base. It's gotta be several times bigger. Gotta be several times as big as Hawken Gate, don't you think? Yeah, maybe right. It was apparently the primary base of the counteroffensive in the war 10 years ago. Oh, okay. That's pretty impressive. Well, let's go inside and see if we can talk to whoever's in charge. What is it? Nothing. You're not acting like your usual timid self. You're starting to remind me of Dad. Oh, come on. It's not like I'm not nervous. But after General Morgan, how bad can it be? I guess you're right. I wonder if he's still at Hawken Gate. Huh? There's no one here. That's strange. There's usually a gatekeeper outside at least. Identify yourselves. Where'd that come from? Probably a speaker. This is Lyston Fortress, headquarters of the HQ of Liberl's Royal Armed Forces. This is off limits to civilians. Afraid you're going to have to leave. They sound polite, but yeah, I think they're being extra cautious. You two hear me? Sorry, but we're not civilians. We're from the Bracer Guild. We're here to discuss the matter of the central lab being attacked. Will you please speak with the individual in charge? You actual bracers, then. If you don't believe us, you can inspect our emblems. See them, right? Indeed, you appear to be the genuine article. However, I regret to inform you the CEO of this base is currently away. Perhaps you can come back another day. No commanding officer? Well, that sounds sloppy. In that case, anyone from the intelligence division will be fine. You have information that must go to either Colonel Richard or Captain Amathea. Very well, right here. Oh, like pulling teeth with these guys. Yeah, I wasn't expecting security to be quite this tight. Whoa. Well, someone's here at least. Please, forgive me for making you wait. I am Major Sid, Garrison Commander of the Lyston Fortress. I am Estelle Bright of the Bracer Guild. Joshua Bright, also of the Bracer Guild. Right. Something wrong? Nothing. Pardon me. On to business. You mentioned the attack on the Central Labs? Very sorry, but no one from the Intelligence Division is currently here. If you have a message, I can deliver it for you. That could be a problem. Okay, time to shake things up. I wonder if there's a BP thing involved with this. I definitely want to get all of that. Give me just a second. Okay. Eh, the truth is probably pretty shocking. We have a lead on the airship tied to the crime. And here we found a lead on the airship that took away the professor. What? What? Why do you look so surprised, Major? Oh, nothing. Been searching for it too. So what is this lead anyway? Take a look at this. This is Lyston Fortress, isn't it? How did you get this picture? Now, no need to get worked up. Look at the top right corner of that picture. Let's see. What the? It's obviously not the silhouette of a military patrol ship, is it? And it's the spitting image of the airship that took away the professor. Indeed, this is a grave matter. Thank you for your cooperation. Report to the Intelligence Division straight away. Huh? Hey, wait a minute. Is that it? What it? I mean, don't you think this is weird? Why would the suspect's ship be hanging around here? Embarrassing to admit, but I'm afraid it's entirely my fault. We've been aggressively searching along the borders. Security wasn't as tight at home as it should have been. If this airship fled to the north, it's possible that this whole matter may have been a plot by the Empire. Really? I'd like to know just one thing. Where exactly are all of the intelligence personnel right now? That's classified. Sorry, I can't say more. Okay now. Maybe it's just me. Don't you think this all smells kind of... But don't you think this all kind of smells a little funny? No. Without any concrete evidence, pursuing this lead won't do us any good. Yeah. Huh? What the? What? Why did it stop short? What? The phenomenon start up again? Joshua, that's... Yeah. I think that's exactly what we needed. Seems I've let you see us at our worst. Like the gate mechanism isn't in the best of conditions. Indeed, it's a real problem. Maybe you could get some folks from the central labs to repair it. I bet that someone like Professor Russell could have had it as good as... I'll bet someone like Professor Russell could have it good as new in no time flat. Yes, I'll keep that in mind. You too. Maintain post here until it's back in working order. Sure to keep any careless civilians away. Sir. Yes, sir. Understood, sir. As said, you two can be on your way. Be certain to take this photograph to intelligence. Now, if you'll pardon me. Somehow I find it hard to believe a word that guy said. Especially if that little malfunction you just saw is what I think it is. Yes, it was probably that same phenomenon. Which would mean the professor's being held prisoner inside? Shh, Estelle. Place to be discussing that. Okay. Now, let's get back to Zeiss and see what Killica has to say. If you have the chance, call for the lab chief. Just can't believe that Professor Russell is at Lyston Fortress. Are you absolutely certain? Miss Dorothy's photograph and the shutdown of the orbital power at the gates. These two things combined make the conclusion inescapable. But the Central Factory and the Royal Army has always had excellent relations. Now I'm expected to believe this? Not as if the internal command structure of the military is all run by a single entity. People who attacked the factory were seen escaping, looked like Royal Guardsmen. That in itself is a clue. Oh, that would mean... the Royal Guardsmen are being set up? My thoughts exactly. This may be some form of internal conspiracy within the Royal Army. This is unpleasant to think about. But how could the professor get caught up in something like this? Sounds like you found a lead on our friendly neighborhood criminals. What, Agate? See you back on your feet. Yeah, I just woke up a few minutes ago. But weird, waking up in a strange place after being put to bed like some baby. Oh, for the love of everyone was worried about you, alright? Sure you're okay to be moving around so soon. Yeah, sleeping so damn much didn't give me any other option than to recover. I'm feeling pretty much back to normal. But Agate, you should probably rest more. You just got the poison out of your system and the doctor said... I just said I'm fine. Been training for years. It's not that rough on someone like me. Alright, I get it. Don't overdo it or anything until I'm back to normal. You? Okay. Damn kids. Even the mighty Agate is no match for Tita. It's hard to say no to someone who's kept a constant vigil over you and nursed you back to health. Ah, shut up. Getting back to the point. Looks like a lot's been going on while I've been out of commission. Mind filling me in on the details? Sure? Stell explained all signs pointed to Professor Russell being held captive at Lyston Fortress. Still can't believe Grandpa's in there. Wouldn't have thought those goons in black coats were army types. And suddenly I'm feeling better than ever. Let's say we go and settle our debts right now. Settle our debts? Isn't it obvious? Sneak into Lyston Fortress. Bust the prof out, and you never know what hit him. Ah, okay. Like settling everything in one big stroke. Afraid it's not that simple. Huh? The Bracer Guild has a long-standing policy of non-intervention when it comes to a nation's military. Article 3 of the Guild Code. Bracers and non-involvement in military or political matters. Bracer will recognize the nation's sovereignty and may not interfere with nor arrest any person of national, military, or political standing. Or, to put it more simply, as long as the army's playing dumb about this, our hands are tied. Oh, you gotta be kidding. Oh wait, that doesn't make sense. You mean that we can witness a crime, but if it's done by a soldier or a politician, we just have to pretend we didn't see anything? Essentially, yes. There is, however, a loophole. Article 2 of the Guild Code bracers in their duty to the people. In the event of an unjust impairment of citizens, the bracer's sworn duty is to bear the responsibility of the citizens' safety. Understand the significance of this? I see. Professor's not a politician or a soldier. A civilian. We're sworn to protect. So then, the rest hinges upon you, Mr. Murdoch. In this case, we are obligated to oppose the Royal Army and save Professor Russell. Will you help us? Stupid question. Factory needs him. Ah, hell, all of Liberl needs him. Go and get him. Mr. Murdoch, thank you. No need to thank me. Thank Professor Russell for all he's taught me. And so we have adequate justification to proceed. Bracers Agate, Estelle, and Joshua. You are hereby ordered to proceed to Lyston Fortress and rescue Professor Russell. It's not as above board as you may be accustomed to. It's the request of the Bracer Guild, nevertheless. Now you're talking. Acknowledged. Bring it on. If we're doing this, we have to figure out how we're getting in there. The fortress is pretty damn famous for being impossible to break into. That's true. It's easy to say we're going to do it. Putting it into practice is going to take some serious planning. There has to be some way of getting inside. Unfortunately, the security there is nigh unto perfect. Approaching from the lake would likely be impossible since it's monitored by a network of orbital sensors. I figured as much. A frontal assault would be tantamount to suicide. Hey, Mr. Murdoch. You know that orange airship that goes to Leiston Fortress? Yes, the Leibniz. Makes periodic stops to inspect the equipment at the fort to make sure it's performing properly. Is there any way we can sneak into the fortress on it? No. All the crew members go through a thorough security check as soon as they land. It'd be impossible to just sneak away. How about stowing away in the cargo? No good. Containers scanned with a biosensor for living creatures, and they check each and every one. Plus, those sensors were designed by Professor Russell himself. They pick up one little mouse in a huge mass of stuff. Well, damn. Oh! What is it, sweetie? Don't you remember? Grandpa's invention from when I was showing you around. Let me think. Aha! We were helping with the experiments on the new type of orbit, right? Yeah. It produces a force field that can disrupt biosensors. We've already tested that it works, so everything will be fine. What, really? I had no idea the professor ever made anything like that. Where is this device then? I guess it must be right where he left it, in his laboratory. We have no time to lose. Hurry and retrieve this device. In the meantime, I will go gather and collate whatever data I can on Leiston Fortress. Got it. Thanks. I'll leave the arrangement of delivery via the Leibniz to you, Mr. Murdoch. Alright, I'll talk to Gustav. Just come to the airfield when you're ready. Dun 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 dun. And nothing really going on there. There's something there, but that involves running way back down there. However, might give me a chance to go get a shiny palm. Might be enough to level up Joshua. Oh, now I gotta equip everybody with BS again. Okay. Well, Joshua's I could probably leave alone. First off, Tita. Well, movement. Four gold, 8 brown. Damn it, I can't get... Because there's 2 there. Best I've got is 3s here. Let's go to the orb chopper. Just double check and see if there's anything I can... Nope. Okay, well, Tita's not going to be able to get all Earth attacks, but I guess that's okay. However, alright. That'll help him out physically the most. Then we just have a step. We'll go ahead and load her up just like we normally do. Nation. There we go. Wind, water, fire, earth, time. Except throw an attack two. No, there is people we need to talk to. First up to the clinic. Where is Agate? I told him. Hey, I'm right here, Doc. Just wanted to get out and stretch my legs a little. And work out. A little. Stretch your legs? Work out? Insane, Agate. You're insane. Give up? Well, you braces are supposed to know your own limits. What you like. Just be careful. I'll do what I can to stay out of your clinic, Doc. Thanks for everything. Please, make sure the professor comes back safely. Cheetah, you take extra care too. Thank you, I will. Agate here has taught me all about dangers of trying to overextend my abilities. Got Father, Silica, Ben. And Dorothy. Okay. Father Vixen, thank you for that medicine. Hello, Tita. Where are you headed after your current job is done? Medicine. That's correct. Father Vixen here made the medicine we gave you. Is that right? Sorry for the trouble. You suck at showing gratitude, you know that, Agate? Why can't you just say thank you? Pots and kettles, Estelle. Be careful what you say. Still, you braces are something else if you're able to be up and about so soon after getting so high a dosage of poison. Still, don't overdo things. Yeah, that's good advice for your body. Me, I'm fine. Yes. Anyway, let's go. Oh yeah, we should go. See you, Father. Yes, goodbye. Tita, stay strong. Yes, Father. Take that machine Tita told you about as well. I'll collect all the data about the base I can. Hey, Mr. Oh, nope, never mind. Something else, Ben? Looks like the only thing you for today was your jaw. Okay, nobody is here. Oh no, it was Ben. Talk to Ben. Hotel. I got Niall's pictures. I should go on to the next location. I should call my editor. Sorry, excuse me. Can I use your phone for just a moment? Now, where is that thing? Gotta be here somewhere. Maybe in a corner of the lab or the second floor archives. That's where Grandpa usually tosses stuff from his old inventions. Eccentric old coot. Whatever, let's just find the damn. Found it! It's the orbit that was in our experiment, alright. So, can we use it? I think so. Everything performs to specs. It'll keep the biosensor from working right. Alright, back to the guild then. It's probably finished collecting intel on Lyston by now. Alright. We're gonna go ahead and go to the Hot Springs town room. Oh, whoops, I forgot to equip accessories on these guys.
Scary.
Okay. We'll nab ourselves a couple shiny palms. Really quick, and then hello again, everybody. Just running all over looking for your criminals, aren't you? Sorry to say, we haven't got any clues or heard any more information. There it is. Okay. Let's see how well we can do without popping any. Oh, hang on. Go ahead and run. Damn it. Shit. That is probably the worst outcome. I'm gonna give her haze.
Take this!
Perfect. Really?
Prepare to meet your doom! Come on, everyone! Yeah! Scary. We did it!
We're gonna catch Tita up on levels. Nice. Oh, damn it.
This ends here.
Barely survived it. Yep, and he ran away.
All right, we rule.
Okay. There you are, you little shiny punks. Okay, that's good.
good to go.
Prepare to meet your doom! Come on, everyone!
Alright.
Take this! Final Scream! Should have done that.
Alright, we can potentially get 2 if Joshua can hit with the spear, shadow spear. Come on, you little jerkwad, spawn again. Okay, I guess we'll try it different. Little shithead. Try 2 screens. Eh, it's fine. We got one.
Piece of cake.
Now back to the hot springs. I did not mean to do that.
Scary.
Shining bastard didn't spawn again. Come on, you shiny palms. See you, shiny.
Finished.
Come on, give me two. Give me two. That's all I'm asking. Hmm. Yes.
Care for a rematch?
Nope, not that. All right, this should do it.
Take this! Final
And score. Two.
three! Care for a rematch?
All right. Bastard. Come on, spawn again. Just need like a couple more. All right, come on, Cheetah. Let's see what you can do.
Come on, everyone.
That wasn't enough.
Piece of cake.
One more go around. God damn it. I didn't mean to fight that.
Piece of cake.
Because potentially we can get 2 whole groups and a little so long as Agate hits as hard as he. Know what else I might do? I wonder if there's accuracy boosting. Or actually, might be able to do is I'll just cook a really good strength food for Tita. Bouillabaisse. Oh, I can make some of those also. That'll be really. Oh, let me guess. It only works if it's used in battle.
finished.
That's good enough. Especially because Tita might be able to kill him anyways. Oh, maybe not. Nice. There you go, Tita.
We did it!
Ah, all misses. Alright, Agate. Nice. Finish it, Joshua.
All right, we're good to go.
Whoever's got the most health. Then we'll push prey, we can get another one kill. Damn.
Piece of cake.
Oh well. Alright, that's enough of a little bit of extra grind for now. People should get level ups throughout whatever the next part of this should be. Howdy, Tables. Well, howdy there, Gravy. That you're jumping in right at the tail end of stuff here. Well, balls. It's alright. However, you're on awfully, like, you're getting on awfully late. I'm assuming you zonked out again after work or something? After Starfinder or during? Can't remember. Oh, jeez. How did Starfinder go tonight, though? Fuck it. We're just gonna keep going until I get Estelle and Joshua leveled up. 'Cause they are both right on the edge of a level up. Should result in some good stuff. When Fine got attacked by living rugs. Oh no. Animated furniture. Animated furniture is the worst. No, they were actual beasts. Oh! I feel like that might be even worse. And I'm doing alright. Instead of just working on trying to get some freaking last minute level ups in. Ah, damn it, Cheetah. Alright, come on, work. Perfect. Like a camouflage guard dog. Oh no. That's fine. We got two.
We rule.
I mean, it's gonna be a crit, so it's guaranteed all three of them. But fuck it, we'll do it.
We're finished. All right, we're good to go.
Okay. This works. Not work. Yeah, it's
Piece
fine.
of cake.
Burn the hole.
Prepare to hit your doom.
She might be able to do it. I don't know. It's gonna be tight. Gonna be close. Alright, got one down. Eh. Oh well.
We're good to go.
Ah, shit. Nope. Alright, we'll run back to the hot springs. I'll do a little bit of grinding off stream, but we're gonna go rest at the hot springs and then we'll save. Would be really nice to be able to go into the next chapter with a insane amount of epic. That way we can just boards. Because they are gonna be neat. Alright. Alrighty, gang, so we're gonna go ahead and call it a night there. So, I want to say thank y'all for tuning into the Flying T-Bar C this evening. I really appreciate you guys' view, whether you were chatting or whether you were looking. I appreciate all y'all all the same. Thanks for the stream, dude. Of course, Gravy, and thanks for popping in. I will be back. Oh, right. So it's the last one for the couple days here. Um, if I feel up to it, there might be a surprise stream on Tuesday where I'm going to be going through a bunch of Final Fantasy 14 stuff. I'm going to be playing it anyways, so I'm kind of thinking I may as well just stream it. Um, so that might become more of a common thing. We'll see how well I can handle it and adapt to it. Uh, the plus side is I don't have to work the day after, so we'll see. So there might be a Tuesday stream. Uh, as for the normal schedule, whatever Wednesday is going to be Honkai Star Rail because there is a new update coming out. I doubt I'm going to roll on any characters because I want to save my gems for build my stockpile. But there will be some interlude story stuff that we have to do, so that's going to be uh what we got going on there. Um, so we'll be doing Honkai Star Rail and whatever when Throwback Thursday will be more Wild Arms 3, where we're just gonna keep on going through the story. Uh because there's not really a whole lot of worthwhile grinding to do yet. Uh Fantasy Friday will be more Final Fantasy 13. I will hopefully have some more notes built up from that because I'm going to research like where we need to put resources into weapons, best weapon. So that'll be what we have going on. Um, Saturday will of course be more Strategy, where we fuck around and find out with strategy RPG games. Uh, I don't know. So I we're gonna see how well it goes. But we will be doing. I plan on doing some off-stream stuff to duplicate some items and all of that, so that we can have really good gear. And we'll keep going through the post game. We're almost at the end of that. Uh, but I do know there's some extra story stuff. I haven't decided if I'm gonna do that or not yet because it's like uh DLC episode content stuff. And I haven't really been doing that with the rest of the Gaia games, so we'll wait and see what. And of course, Saga Sunday will be more Trails in the Sky. We'll pick back up where we leave off here. Again, like I've already said, I plan on doing a little bit of grinding off stream for that one as well. So I've got a busy couple off days ahead of me. So that is the schedule for the next week. So I hope you guys there for any of those shows because I'm looking forward to it, and I hope you guys are as well. Of course, I have to give a big shout out to both T Swizzle and the Royal Kato for rating on in this evening. Thank you guys for leaving your communities with me. I greatly appreciate it, and I hope to see all you guys around more often. Uh, and yeah, so there's that. Of course, don't forget to check out all the other socials: YouTube, TikTok, Twitter, Blue Sky, Go Find Throne, all that fun stuff. Uh, you guys have heard the spiel a million times. You know what it is. So go check those out if you guys enjoy my streams. Of course, we are going to be rating out for this evening. So if you guys are part of the regulators, feel free to copy and paste the raid message as we rate. And yeah, as for who we're going to rate out to, let's see who all is on. Hmm. All right. I'm seeing two interesting ones here. Tiny Mo, catch a tiger by the toe if you follow, let him go, Eeny and Mo. All right, so we are going to go ahead and rate out to Aqua Sereni. Looks like she's doing a collab stream with oh, it's one of my other favorite moots. Uh it's going to be a collab stream of Ace Attorney Investigation Miles Edgeworths featuring Aqua Sereni and Scarletify aka Mana the Bunny. So we're going to be heading on over that direction. So with that raid timer now started, as always, folks, make sure you guys enjoy yourselves some good food, some great drinks, even better company. And I'll see y'all on the flip side. Happy trails, folks.
No.
Yeah.
We'll
But
see what works best.
if we don't